Good afternoon. I'd like to call to order the regular meeting of the Elk Grove Unified School District for April 4th, 2023. At this time, the board will go into closed session to address items 1 through 4 on the closed session portion of the agenda. I'd like to call for public comment on the closed session items. Mr. Superintendent, do we have any blue cards?
We do not.
Thank you. At this time, I'm going to close public comment and recess into closed session. Thank you. Oh. Welcome, everyone. I would like to, well, good evening. I'd like to announce that the Board of Education met in closed session and no action was taken. Let's see, we have resumed full in-person board meetings unless remote attendance is permitted pursuant to the California Brown Act. Live streaming of full in-person board meetings will be available to the public via the Zoom platform. Today's meeting is being video recorded and will be available on the district's YouTube channel. Now I get to read you a little bit of information about public comment. Individual speakers will be allowed up to 3 minutes to address the board on each agenda item. The total amount of time allocated to public comments by the board will be limited with a total of 30 minutes designated for public comment on an item. Time limitations are at the discretion of the president of the board. Public comments may be made about items not on the agenda, but within the school district's jurisdiction. Please note that if public comments are about items not appearing on the posted agenda, the board cannot take action or discuss the public comment other than to briefly acknowledge the comment. Public comment may be made on all items that are on the board agenda and will be heard when the selected item comes up. Please note that the board may comment and ask clarifying questions on board agenda items. Individuals may not defer their time to another individual speaker to increase their individual total time beyond 3 minutes. The guidelines for in-person public comment and participation can be found on the table outside of the boardroom and on the district's website. Please be mindful that students may be watching or in fact be present. You are encouraged to address the board and the public in a respectful manner such that all of those observing from children to adults are made to feel welcome, safe, and valued. Pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.9, the board shall not permit any disturbance or willful interruption of board meetings. Persistent disruption by an individual or group shall be grounds for the board president to provide a warning and then to terminate the individual's privilege of addressing the board. The board president may call a recess at any point during the meeting. First item on our agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance, which will be led by Ms. Michaelin Uribe. And please come on up, Ms. Uribe and Ms. Patrina Badgett, principal, while Mr. Vargas reads some nice things about you.
Excellent. So as always, we've got some comments to read before we get started. David Reese Elementary School is honored to recognize Miss Michaelin Uribe as our education partner. Michaelin and her family have been members of our school community since 2010. 4 of the 5 Uribe children attended both David Reese Elementary and James Rutter Middle School. The youngest is a current Reese Eagle. Proud products of our region, Miss Uribe's children have always been honor students and athletes. Helena, 18, graduated from EGUSD and is now a student at CSUS. Gabriella, 16, plays volleyball and soccer at Sheldon High. Nevea, 15, is part of Sheldon's Academy Pathways for Coding. Leslie, 13, and Jordan, 10, are both on the honor roll and participate in sports. Ms. Uribe stated that she and her husband chose Reese, recognizing that our teachers have shown incredible commitment to her children. In her words, the bond that they create with their students is just amazing. Dedicated parents, Michaelin and her husband, Mr. Leslie Uribe Jr., have spent many years supporting our school by volunteering for field trips, academic events, and in the classroom. Michaelin also has other ties to our school community. As she continued to volunteer throughout the years, she became a beloved member of our staff when she was selected as our school librarian. In 2022, she changed roles and joined our office team as one of our amazing school office assistants, sharing her smile and laughter daily with students, parents, and staff. For these reasons and more, we at David Reese Elementary celebrate the Uribe family and Miss Uribe as our awesome partner in education.
And if you'll please just stay down there 1 second. Friends, family, you're welcome to come up to take a picture. Thank you again. Congratulations, Ms. Uribe. Next, we'll be moving on to our presentations and recognitions. First item is our student regional report from the Florin region, which includes Florin High School, James Rudder Middle School, Florin Elementary, Isabel Jackson Elementary, Samuel Kennedy Elementary, Anna Kirchgater Elementary, and David Reese Elementary. Come on down.
Good e- oh, thank you. Good evening, Board President Nancy Chires Espinoza, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, and Ms. Avalos. My name is Liang Long Huang.
My name is Hao Lam, and we proudly represent the Florin region. We're excited to let you know about the many great things that have been happening in our schools.
We have compiled a video to shine light on how our Florin region schools have helped students along their path of education. Here, you'll see the different aspects of our 5 elementary schools, James Rudder Middle School, and Florin High School that make the student experience truly special. Please enjoy.
Educator, which is more than just a school community. We're a family. I believe that education is about more than just academics. It's about fostering relationships, building character, and creating a safe and supportive environment where everyone can thrive. Whether it's through one of our many extracurricular clubs that are always ongoing, sports teams, parent-student lunch days, or any of the other student-run programs, we're always working together to make sure that everyone feels connected and valued.
About Persuader is how everyone loves and accepts you, even the resource mentors, they get you and they accept you for who you are. My favorite thing about Anna Kirchgater Elementary School is that they're very good staff members and a lot of students are really funny. We're mainly the group that helps create the t-shirts to spread school pride. I personally really like the fact that I get to hang out with my friends and do something I love at the same time. We are in the library right now at Anna Kirchgater in This is Tia, aka Boss Tootie.
Rich Gator is filled with students, teachers, and families from so many different backgrounds and cultures. And every single day is an opportunity to learn something new from each other.
Hey, Coach Gator. Coach Gator.
So much Coach Gator. Baby dog Coach Gator. Coach Gator. Coach Gator.
For me, Coach Gator.
Mirsin Coach Gator. Coach Gator.
Florin, Coach Gator, Dunida.
We had a survey for students to recommend peer leaders, people that they would listen to.
Knowing that I was selected by my peers and my teachers, I didn't realize people actually listen to me.
They are taught here to intervene if they see mistreatment of a student, put downs, gossiping, things like that.
We learn to be very positive and stop the put downs.
They had to come to a 2-day, very long, intensive training, even if they were off track, which they did.
I learned how to be an ambassador, and I've learned that it was okay for you to speak up and speak your mind.
These students are trained and they are in touch with what's going on, much more so than we are as teachers.
I'm gonna notice it, and then I gotta and then think what I'm gonna do about it, and then act.
People just say things to hurt another person. If you're specifically hurting that one person, why?
I learned how to be the best I can be. We had some cool activities.
For example, how many of you have someone you love who's incarcerated? Or someone you love who's been a victim of violence, and you would step across the line if that applied to you? Nothing was spoken.
It empowers them. And it provides an opportunity for the climate of the school to be so much better. I think it'll help them in their families. A lot of them talked about, sibling interactions, and we talked about how to look at those interactions and be much more proactive and positive and, controlling your feelings and responding appropriately.
Hi, I'm Bashar. This is Mia. This is Liana. This is Amy. And we are the Jackson Creation Group. We would like to show you what's great about our school. Today we're going to go around the school and interview a group of students. I hope you enjoy the presentation we have prepared for you, and now we'll get to interviewing.
My name is Fatima Vasquez Peña. I'm in the 4th grade. My name is Stage, and I'm in kindergarten.
Now let's see what the 4th through 6th graders think about our school.
What do you enjoy most about our school?
Enjoy all the kind teachers. I enjoy all the nice teachers and all the nice classmates. Our school, I like all the students are nice, and the teachers make learning easy. Learning experience than other schools. Most of the teachers are really friendly and help us a lot.
Recently at Isabel Jackson, we started a Black Student Union Club. Students from all different backgrounds gather a few times a month to learn more about Black history. Our lead, Miss Hunter, has been teaching them a lot about Black culture, and so far it's going great. Now we've heard from the older kids, so now let's go to the first and third graders. What do you like most about our school? I like my teacher and all of the kids. How we can do math and play. I like kindergarten is where most of all of us started. So let's go see what they have to say about our school. What is your favorite thing to do at the school? The workshop. My favorite thing? Well, I like Fun Friday. Isabel Jackson also has a gay class, so let's go check that out. We're doing a brochure about any country that we like. I chose Japan because of the interesting things like anime and the vending machines and they have multiple things that we don't get to learn about.
You like it so far?
It's fun and like since I don't really have a lot of things here, it's cool. Thank you for watching this presentation and I hope you enjoyed it. And don't forget.
Hello, welcome to a special edition of Cool Kids TV. I'm Amari.
And I'm Robin.
Today we are going to highlight some of the things that make Samuel Kennedy Elementary School special.
This is going to be a challenge because we have 1 minute and 30 seconds for this presentation.
And we are already 20 seconds in.
Let's get started.
Many of our students are involved in the STEAM after school program.
And our fifth graders go on a field trip to Starbase every year. We also have our own garden where we grow fruits and vegetables.
We have a basketball team. We won 3 games this year. We have a band and they make beautiful music together.
Our student leadership team has put together several fundraisers and spirit days.
Remember the Spiritwear fashion show?
How could I forget? That was so much fun. This year, with the help of the Sacramento Tree Foundation, we planted several new trees around campus.
Let's not forget about Cool Kids TV. At Cool Kids TV, we create several episodes a year about what is going on around campus. We have covered segments of the construction project that went over the past few months. We have introduced new teachers this year.
We did an episode about a recent visit to a mischievous elf. You can see all of our episodes on our YouTube channel. Like and subscribe.
Well, we're almost out of time.
We only gave you a small taste of all the things we're most proud of here at Samuel Kennedy Elementary School.
We can't leave you without telling you about what we're most proud of here at Kennedy.
There's no other elementary school in our district that is more diverse than ours.
Our friends, classmates, and their families represent countries and cultures from all over the world.
Kennedy Cougars speak 21 different languages.
We love our school.
We all know that it's always a great day to be a Cougar.
Crazy lately, I'm coming, trying to rob myself with time, and you just trying to get a word, and life is not fair. Been working on my tunnel vision, trying to get a new prescription, take a swing and even miss them, but I don't care. Stay up more, just a little bit, read more, just a little bit, stay a little less, just a little bit. I like this. I make some more, just a little bit, spin a little more to get rid of it, smile a little more in a little bit.
As you can see in the video, our Florin Region schools have been bursting with activities and opportunities for students to succeed. Our school community has been immensely supportive, allowing us to pave our own path to success. Both Lee Long and I are proud alumni of Samuel Kennedy, as well as James Wetter Middle School. We're deeply grateful for the people, culture, and support of our schools that have shaped our educational experience.
As young students, we were shown the different routes in life that we were able to take. And in class, we were allowed to express ourselves and develop compassion for our peers. For example, in our 6th grade year, we got the chance to write letters of gratitude and appreciation to one of our classmates every week. Not only did this experience help our writing and communication skills, it allowed us to foster a deeper understanding of how to be a better friend and a more supportive individual.
Organizations like the Associated Student Body or Student Leadership has given us the opportunity to directly contribute to our school community. In the process, we gained valuable experiences of leadership, developed key relationships with other students, and were exposed to countless valuable opportunities that allowed us to build on our interests and passions. Seeing the assemblies, competition, lunchtime activities, as well as other special events we put together has brought us even more pride while reaffirming to us the core values of our schools.
Embracing diversity has always been a key focus of our academic journey. We've long been introduced to the different cultures and heritages of our fellow students, learning that our differences are what make us stronger. Sharing our experiences is part of our learning, and we're able to see it firsthand with the numerous multicultural events that take place throughout the year. This past week, Florin High School celebrated our annual Multicultural Week, seeing a variety of activities organized by our cultural clubs. We also witnessed our yearly presentation of flags, where students paraded around campus in traditional attire. Furthermore, the entire school got to see the long-awaited return of our Kaleidoscope Assembly.
The celebration of our differences does not just take place within Florin High School. As you can see here today, our region beams with diversity. A couple of weeks ago, I got the opportunity to visit Samuel Kennedy for their first annual multicultural show and got to witness the sense of pride these students have in their culture and the bravery they had to step on stage and share with their peers. The tradition continues over at James Wetter Middle School, where for over 30 years, they have celebrated the diversity of their students through an annual showcase of cultural dancers and singing acts.
Throughout our years of school, we have witnessed firsthand the incredible achievements of our peers who have embraced the principle of hard work and being compassionate to others. Hal and I have seen what our fellow students have been able to achieve in this type of environment. Needless to say, we are glad to have experienced the love and care of this region and are beyond proud to represent it.
We'd like to now leave you with a performance by students at James Wetter Middle School. Thank you.
Esto es un llamado para la unidad. This is a call to unity. Indawat bawahdatan. Tú eres mi otro yo. You are my other me. Tú dígale mani. Si te hago daño a ti, if I do harm to you, agar batu badikuna, me hago daño a mí mismo. I do harm to myself. Man bahodam sadama mizanam. Si te amo y respeto, if I love and respect you, agar du sadara wabatu saram mixoram, I love and respeto yo. I love and respect myself. Man خودم رو دوست دارم و به خودم احترام میگذارم. Gracias por recibirnos. تشکر شما رو. Thank you for having us.
Wow, that was outstanding. I feel like every region is just throwing down the gauntlet and making it harder for the next one, but that was fantastic. The students won't be able to hear me now, but I hope their families and principals will please share our appreciation for their fantastic performances and reports. Before I let everyone go, I'd like to recognize the principals of these fantastic schools, Mr. Rudy Ortega Jr. from Florin High School, Mr. Andrew Johnson, James Rudder Middle School, Wilbert Villalta, Florin Elementary School, Scott Hadley, Isabel Jackson Elementary School, Sandra Brown, Samuel Kennedy Elementary School, Sherry Sanchez, Anna Kirchgater Elementary School, Katrina Baggett, David Reese Elementary School. Students are dismissed, as are the rest of you. Thank you so much. We're going to move on to our next item. We have more excellence to recognize today. Just going to give folks a couple of minutes so that we don't have some circulation issues. The next item is going to be academic recognition of winter student athletes and coaches. I'm going to call on Mr. Rod Edmiston, and you will be assisted, Mr. Edmiston, by my colleague, Mr. Fortina.
Good evening, board. President Charles Espinoza, members of the school board, Superintendent Hoffman, Ms. Avalos. This evening, I am honored to present to you the Winter Team GPA champions of the Elk Grove Unified School District. These student athletes not only excel in their athletic activity, but they are also outstanding students in the classroom. The following teams had the highest grade point average at their school this winter. At this time, I would like to introduce the coach and the captains of our GPA Winter Champions. Consumnes Oaks High School. Women's basketball, 3.9 GPA. Coach Paul Powner, captains Nicole Tran and Jasmine Ruller-Aza. Elk Grove High School. Women's soccer, 3.78 team GPA. Coach Dustin Hodge, captains Bella Ayers and Emma Wilson. Florin High School women's basketball, team GPA 3.27. Accepting for Coach John Gleaser is Coach Tina Tavernia. Team GPA 3.27, captains Jada Milton and Esses Hogue. Franklin High School, they could not attend tonight. They had a prior commitment, but the team was the girls soccer team with a 3.7 team GPA. Laguna Creek High School men's soccer, 3.8 team GPA. Coach Jonathan Stein, captains Hunter Tilkey and Owen Duncan.
Maybe some folks up on the second level. Family, friends, if you want to come up to the front of the room to get a picture, you're welcome to. Good, all right. Congratulations.
Monterey Trail High School women's soccer, 3.7 team GPA. Coach David Groves, captain Jaslyn Malone and Amanda Doe. Pleasant Grove High School women's soccer, 3.55 GPA. Coach Rich Morehouse, captains Francesca Hahn and Hala El Bashidi. Sheldon High School men's soccer, team GPA 3.46. Accepting for Coach John Little is Marzo Alakovic. Captains Aiden Alakovic and Alan Norano.
Valley High School men's soccer, 3.25 team GPA, Coach Luis Leon and Captain Salvador Solis and Edwin Camacho.
Again, family and supporters, if you'd like to come up to the front of the room for a picture, please feel free.
Thank you, board.
Thank you. Congratulations to all of our student athletes. Next, we're going to move to resolutions, the first of which is the resolution for School Bus Drivers Day. I'm going to call on Ms. Lavasser to see if there are any public comments via Zoom for this item.
Madam President, there are no public comments via Zoom for this item.
Thank you, Ms. Lavasser. Ms. Jamerson, do we have any blue cards on this item?
Madam President, there are no blue cards on this item.
Thank you, Ms. Jamerson. Can I invite Mr. Ken Black up to present?
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, staff, and community members. Thank you for the opportunity to be here tonight to read Resolution 67 regarding School Bus Drivers Day. The Board of Education is asked to adopt Resolution 67, 2022-2023, designating April 25th, 2023 as School Bus Drivers Day. School Bus Drivers Day, celebrated annually since 2009, was designated by the State Assembly to recognize and draw attention to school bus drivers for their continued and excellent services to pupils in California. Annually, on the fourth Tuesday of April, the people of California officially recognize all school bus drivers for their continued and excellent services to the youth of the state. The safety of students rests in the hands of trained school bus drivers for up to 6 or 7 hours each day. And as such, they expend personal time and energy in their initial training, maintaining a current license, perfecting their driving skills, and accruing added knowledge of school bus laws through continuing education classes. School bus drivers also often can face natural and unexpected hazards in the performance of their duties while exhibiting patience and kindness towards pupils, parents, and school staff in the performance of their duties. As such, the governing board is asked to adopt a resolution to designate April 25th, 2023 as School Bus Drivers Day in Elk Grove Unified School District in order to draw special public attention to school bus drivers for their continued and excellent services to pupils in Elk Grove Unified School District.
Thank you, Mr. Black. I'd like to call for a motion to approve resolution number 67, designating April 25th, 2023 as School Bus Drivers Day.
So moved.
Moved,
Second.
Moved and I
Second.
saw, okay, moved and seconded by Mr. Yang.
There we go.
All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Measure passes unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Black, and thank you to our school bus drivers. Next resolution. Oh. Next item is the resolution for high school voter education weeks. Plural, we do it again in the fall. I'm going to call on Ms. Lavasser to ask if there are public comments via Zoom for this item.
Madam President, there are no public comments via Zoom on this item.
Thank you. Ms. Jamerson, do we have any blue cards for this item?
Yes, we have one blue card for this item. We have Dean Dalben. Please come to the podium. Yes, thank you.
Begin. Hello, thank you for allowing me to attend and participate in this issue. You might be surprised. Someone wants to speak on something that should be so neutral and unbiased and welcoming. However, as written, I find this resolution very insufficient and biased because there should be absolutely no bias concerning the right to vote. But I find a lot of bias in the way this is written. One of the things that concern me is the fourth whereas, especially among younger voters and the traditionally underrepresented who bring new life, energy, and perspective to the issues. I think that statement is not needed in this resolution because it implies there are restrictions that do not exist whatsoever. There is no restriction other than citizenship and age. And I assume if you're convicted of a felony or things like that, but by and large, there are none of these type of restrictions. So that whole statement could be eliminated from this without harming the intent of this resolution. Also, one of the things on the fifth whereas, it refers to traits, discernment, thoughtful deliberation, etc. I didn't see the statement of including independent thought as a vital trait in determining the importance of a voter and the voter's right to vote as they see fit. I fear that a mob type of mentality or a willingness to belong is an issue that influences voting far more than it should. And I would like a whereas to reject that idea and face to the value of discernment and education and doing your vote. Again, in the sixth item to be resolved, you're giving 2 weeks for this. I think 1 day would be more than sufficient to inform students about the right to vote and the importance of vote. I don't see the schools throughout the district when we're talking about people who are going to be 18 now or in the near future. This could probably be a program restricted to seniors without any harm, maybe with an introduction to junior year students regarding this. And again, it includes the word passionate citizen. I'm not sure you know what it means when you say a passionate citizen. So I think we should look at this. I think it should be a 1-day resolution. And certainly I think the district must specify the allowed material that is allowed in this, because we don't want the teachers' political views to impact or provide bias to any of the material that is covered regarding telling students the importance of registering to vote, exercising their vote knowledgeably, without bias, with the best needs of themselves in the community.
Please.
So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to invite Mr. 1 second.
No more.
Okay, so we have no more blue cards. I'd like to invite Mr. Chad Schweitzer up.
Good evening, Board President Chires Espinoza, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman and Ms. Avalos, Chad Schweitzer, Assistant Superintendent for Secondary Education, here tonight to share information on our voter education weeks. California Education Code actually designates the last 2 weeks in April as high school voter education weeks. Voter education weeks provide an opportunity for students to become active and engaged participants in our democracy and to put these students on a path to a lifetime of civic engagement and voting. We strongly encourage our high schools and students to participate in high school voter education weeks and to engage in activities like pre-registration, voter registration, and mock trial activities. I'm honored tonight to have Bianca Brown and Braden Medlin with us here tonight. Bianca and Braden are commissioners from the Sacramento County Youth Commission, and we've partnered with them for the past several years as they reach out to us annually to ensure the resolution is in place and to provide us with educational materials and help promote voter registration. Turn it over to Bianca and Braden.
Hello, as he said, my name is Bianca Brown and I am the chair of the Sacramento County Youth Commission. I am joined here today by Braden Medlin, the commission's secretary, as well as an active voter pre-registration subcommittee member. Within the Youth Commission, as well as in our daily lives, we aim to promote civic engagement for all members of our community, especially fellow youth. Young people are our future, yet historically, people aged 18 to 21 are grossly underrepresented in elections. Therefore, it is even more important that we all implore high schoolers to become more engaged in their communities, and the key to engagement is education.
It is for that reason that we truly commend all of you for your role in introducing this resolution, recognizing the Spring High School Voter Education Weeks. For many years, our commission has collaborated with Mrs. Soriano to pass this resolution, and thankfully, Mr. Schweitzer has continued your school district's legacy of encouraging and prioritizing voter education this year. Thank you again.
I think I'm just going to have you both do this next year for me. So with that, the governing board of Elk Grove Unified School District is asked to approve resolution number 69 and to declare April 17 through 28, 2023 as our high school voter education weeks and encourage schools throughout the district to participate in programs and activities that help students get registered to vote and become informed and civilly engaged students.
Thank you, Mr. Schweitzer. Thank you, youth commissioners. I'd like to call for a motion to approve resolution number 69, which proclaims the period from April 17th through 28th, 2023 as high school voter education weeks.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None. It passes unanimously.
I'm hoping we can get a quick picture with the board.
Colleagues, you'll join me down there. Thank you. Next item on our agenda will be public comment. I'd like to call on Ms. Lavasser to see if there are any public comments via Zoom for items not on the agenda.
Madam President, we have 4 public comments via Zoom.
Thank you.
The first public comment is Gandhi Ranches.
1 second while we set up the screen. If we can't get that to cooperate, we can use the counter, the timer in the room as well. Okay. Our apologies to folks waiting at home. We're just trying to get the technology to cooperate. Okay, there it goes. I think we just switched screens. Go ahead.
Hi, are you able to hear me?
Yes, go right ahead.
Okay. Hi, my name is Gandy Wrench. I'm a parent of 2 students in the Elk Grove School District with 2 more to come. Last week, there was comments about book banning, and I think this follows a nationwide trend where a lot of people who are requesting for books to be banned are community member stakeholders versus actual parents in the elementary school. My concern is what we've seen when people are allowed to start banning books is what's happened in Florida. There are hundreds of books that have been banned now. Classics. One of the ones that touches me personally is Fry Bread, which is a non-offensive book just about Native American heritage that's been banned. We see books that have been banned by LGBT authors and topics, books on race. I think the Elk Grove School District is very diverse, and we need libraries and elementary teachers that understand that diversity and celebrate that diversity. We don't need to be banning books in the state of California. It doesn't represent Elk Grove values. It doesn't represent California values. There's talk about things being pornography, and I really feel like this boils down to a conspiracy theory. I worked COVID as a registered nurse and dealt with all sorts of conspiracy theories during that. We were actually subject to a lot of verbal abuse, physical aggression, and there were so many conspiracy theories. We were giving people COVID with COVID tests, et cetera, et cetera. And I see that same kind of conspiracy theory logic coming into this book banning, where people who believe that there are pedophiles in the school libraries are trying to turn kids gay, that kind of thing has become the next COVID conspiracy. And I really think the board needs to determine how they're going to protect teachers, how they're going to protect librarians. In the last meeting, we had librarians referred to as groomers, insinuating that they were pedophiles. I think that's unacceptable behavior. Schools for every child, and shouldn't be limited by people who find diversity offensive. There's a difference between free speech and slander. When I worked in the hospitals during COVID with, I think, a lot of the same population that's now wanting to ban books, creating havoc with the different COVID conspiracy theories, our hospitals did a lot to ensure our safety. And I just think the board needs to decide how they're going to move forward, what stakeholders should be involved in any discussion of book banning, and what protections are going to be in place for our librarians, for our elementary school teachers. And I really appreciate both of those groups of people and everything that they do for our children. And so I just wanted to share my support for them and for their knowledge in curating the wonderful libraries that we have in Elk Grove School District.
Thank you.
Next, public comment. Charlotte Furtado. Next, public comment, Dustin Noble.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, go right ahead, sir.
Thank you. Good evening, members of the board and Superintendent Hoffman. I'm sorry I could not be there in person as I'm under the weather tonight. I want to take a moment to encourage members of the special education community to attend the April 18th board meeting. I understand there will be a robust presentation on special education. I want to say that I'm eager to see this presentation, as many parents are, as well as the parent workshop on April 12th. Participation is critical for families wanting to be part of the solution and shaping special education in the Elk Grove Unified School District. Over the last 7 months, EG Speaks has pushed for change, solutions, and data collection to help identify campus sites that have been struggling to support students on an IEP in the inclusion program, as well as other levels programs. Board members, you have heard us, attended our special events, and have engaged with our community, and I'm thankful for your investment. I plan on having an open mind and am hopeful that this presentation on the 18th will yield answers to the questions we have asked, solutions to the struggles we have faced and shared with you, and a clear path forward for students and families. While I am optimistic, I will also be viewing this presentation with a critical eye, as I expect board members to do as well. Having heard our voices at every board meeting for 7 months now, a plan. We want a plan. Specifically, I expect a plan with contingencies. We all know that changes to SPED this year were shaped around staffing deficits. While this district has invested in hiring and bettering wages over the last few months, I know that any plan that is proposed for SPED will revolve around staffing. If that fails, what is the backup plan to ensure all kids on an IEP have their services met? These are the things we should all be paying attention to. To Mr. Riley, you have had 7 months to prepare for this. Knock it out of the park. Deliver to families and to your staff. Deliver to every kid on an IEP out there. Deliver to my son. They all deserve a win. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and the last public comment via Zoom, Brandon Morgan.
Go ahead, Mr. Morgan, whenever you're ready.
All right, thank you, President Chavez Espinoza, board members, and Superintendent Hoffman. Normally, I'd get on here to jump into discussion of the ongoing failures of the district after changes to the inclusive ed program, and I'll get back to that next time. Today, though, on National School Librarian Day, I understand that there's people in the room that are looking to ban books from our school libraries. Many of them are probably well-meaning and good-hearted, but it's important that we understand book bans through the lens of history and where it can lead. There's currently a national momentum from conservative religious groups for book bans that is paired with other movements targeted at the LGBTQ and Black communities. This is not dissimilar to what happened in Germany and Italy during the 1930s rise of European fascism. When the Nazi Party took over power in Germany in January of 1933, one of the first things that the party did was ban books and curriculum from schools in order to align education with party ideology. This was followed in May by a national-wide book burning and primarily consisted of books written by Jewish authors, but also books that contained concepts that did not align with the party, nor the evangelical and Catholic churches of Germany, such as those containing information about sexual and gender identity. The party believed that homosexuality was a Jewish conspiracy to undermine the German people. And because of that, they destroyed the Berlin Institute for Sexual Research, burning its archives, and it is presumed that the first transgender woman to receive a successful reassignment surgery was killed on site or shortly after a while in prison. July of that year, laws extended to forcibly sterilize people that were determined by the party to have a disability or disease considered hereditary, and therefore they were a life unworthy of life. Things continue to get worse and worse until eventually the Jewish, disabled, and LGBTQ communities were exterminated under Hitler's final solution. Now, this may seem like I'm talking extremes, and I'm hoping with all my heart that this is just me worrying about a slippery slope that will never happen. But fascism is real, and Germany isn't the only place where we've seen this happen. To those who seek to ban books, they may just be thinking that they're protecting kids from pornography or obscenity, two terms that are clearly defined in US laws and have standards in place to protect minors from them. But many historians and experts on fascist ideology are seeing a bigger picture come into focus here. Book bans are just the start with fascism, but when you look at laws being passed in other states, the scope is getting wider and wider. Not only are these laws targeting the LGBTQ and Black communities, but states like Georgia have used their gender-affirming care bans to link transgenderism and autism, painting both as something that needs to be corrected. So I hate to even ask, how long do they come for my autistic children? How soon will they come after the LGBTQ community? What about the Black and Jewish kids in our district or any other community that does not identify as part of the group in power? My hope is that we look at the bigger picture that our ideologies are feeding into, read history books, understand the past, and avoid failures. Because if we don't, we are doomed to repeat history's mistakes and embrace fascism draped in a flag and a cross, which deserves no quarter here.
Thank you. Is that the last one, Ms. Lavasser? Okay, thank you. Ms. Jamerson, do we have blue cards for items not on the agenda?
Yes, we do. First up, we have Richard Atkinson, followed by Amelia Mendoza.
My name is Richard Atkinson. And I'm very disturbed that you went ahead and had the vote on a Thursday morning at 9 o'clock when parents weren't able to attend for the comprehensive sexual education
California discrimination laws protect people against being discriminated for their gender, for their religion, for their sexual orientation. I am a Christian, I'm a male, I'm heterosexual. And so as a Christian, you cannot discriminate me or my children who are also Christians because they believe a certain way. It says very clearly, whether you believe it or not, God is the creator of the known universe, and there'll be consequences. It says in Matthew chapter 18, verses 6, if anyone causes one of these little ones, those who believe in me, to stumble, it would be better for them to hang a large millstone around their neck and be drowned in the depths of the sea. He doesn't mix words. Okay. No one should teach a child about sex except their parent. If you just say it out loud, I'm going to let an adult I do not know talk to my child about sex. That doesn't sound right. Any person in any other situation got caught talking to a child about sex that didn't know that child would get beat up. It's not right, and you know it's not right. It's against God. You think of the story of Sodom and Gomorrah. He burnt that city to the ground. And anybody who even so much as looked back at that city got turned to salt. God is very clear how he feels about this. And I have a right. If you can't discriminate against religion, you can't discriminate against me being a Christian. You can't. It's California discrimination law. You cannot discriminate against me for being a Christian. Think long and hard about this. God, this is the red letters. This is Jesus Christ himself speaking these words. It's a quote in red letters. God himself said this. And God help you for the consequences coming. If you don't pay attention, and then you wonder, why is there less enrollment? I do not believe you're that ignorant. You guys know what you're doing. There's less enrollment because you're making mistakes. And there's going to be less and less enrollment, starting with my 3 kids.
Please wrap up. Thank you. Emelina Mendoza, followed by Nicole Strange.
At the last special board meeting that took place during the day, 4 members of this board approved in haste the 5th and 7th sexual education curriculum, despite the fact that the 7th grade curriculum still not available for parents to review. The website is working. I've been there many times, but only an outline of the 7th grade curriculum is available to see, not the curriculum. Parents, we need to unite and defend the innocence of our children. We must put a stop and speak against the sexualization of our children. This curriculum is incentivizing children to rise against their parents who do not share or agree with gender ideology. This curriculum is anti-Christian beliefs, and some members of this board wanted to approve it quickly before parents became aware of the content of this curriculum. Since we were not heard by this board or members of this board, because only 4 voted for this curriculum, 1 was missing at that meeting. The student board was absent in the afternoon session, and 2 of the board members tried to move the topic to the next regular board meeting, but no, 4 members of this board decided that they were going to approve that curriculum right there and then. So parents, it's up to us. We need to speak up. If our kids, I wanted to say that the way I think that the board will listen to us or the district will listen to us, if I keep our kids out of the school during the days that those classes are taking place, do not send our kids to school. And if enough kids are not in school, the school board is going to lose a lot of money. And perhaps then they will listen to us. We the people, we the taxpayers, pay for every salary of every employee of this district, and we must have a say in what is being taught to our children in our schools. Our children are not property of the state, and they need to be treated as human beings with dignity. Therefore, their innocence must be protected and should not be violated by inappropriate sexual content that exists in this curriculum. Parents, we must stand up and send a message. Let's unite and let the board know how we feel about this curriculum. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Nicole Strange, followed by Amanda Conklin.
Good evening, board members. Nicole Strange, member of AFSCME, data processor at Pleasant Grove High School. Today, my hope is not to cry. No, I'm kidding. Today, I'm here to talk about our staff morale. I was in a data processor meeting earlier today, and the district is rolling out a new practice to data processors where it specifically impacts us in our daily job. And I'm really here to talk for or with my people in that through this process of being extremely short-staffed and rallying every day to fill all of the empty positions, the directive that has come down that we absorb the summer school enrollments, whereas in the past, it's something that we didn't do. It definitely tipped people's cups. On that Zoom call this morning, I want to say every single data processor and registrar was crying because we had a data processor speak up and talk about her plate being over full, working 7 days a week. So she does her 7:45 to 4:15 for the district Monday through Friday. And then on the weekends, she works a second job just to make sure she can make ends meet. And she still has to decide which bill she pays or if she puts food on the table. She spoke up during this meeting and said, I don't have more to give, which all of us are feeling that way. The morale is low, and it was just one extra hit, to the data processors who've been the ones covering the SOA positions and the registrar positions and the attendance tech positions and stuff that we're having a hard time to fill. And it's not so much that we're not willing to work, because this entire year we've shown that we step up and we do the extra work that's not within our job description. It's the fact that the summer school people that get to be hired as 10-monthers and they come in and they fill over the summer, they're getting a really nice lump of cash during that time period, making double, our monthly salary while we're doing stuff that helps them make their jobs easier as well. And that can be hard, just a hard pill to swallow or hard to palate, right? And so that's kind of what I would love. That's just a part of the morale and why almost every person on that call was quite upset. So I would love for a bit of love and support from our board members to show our data processors and registrars who are killing it every single day covering those positions. Thank you so much, you guys.
Amanda Conklin, followed by Cecilia Hendon.
Okay, hi guys. My name is Amanda Conklin. This is my first time speaking at a board. I've been to several, sitting out in the audience and watching some board members I do know in person. So I'm the registrar at Elk Grove High School. I've been the registrar since 2019 when I got in seat. Came in end of April and had graduation thrown on my lap. I thrive in chaos, luckily. Did I need training? No. Learned it all myself. Had to figure it out, reaching out to some of the best people ever, the other registrars and DPs working it. We had the pandemic, through another, mess of everything. Elk Grove High School in particular holds a very strong place in my heart. My mother worked there 10 years ago for 10 years. She loved it. I loved it because she loved it. I get to be part of that Thundering Herd tradition. My students are there. I have a sophomore and a junior. They're part of the award-winning Blue and Gold Regiment. It's amazing. But I won't be able to continue to work as this keeps going with these rates. The wage is too low. And I'm not even the bottom of AFSCME. I'm middle. I work full-time. I can't take advantage of summer school because I'm a 12-monther, but yet, of course, we work on it, as Nicole said. It's really hard because the living wage in Sacramento for a family of 4, that's 2 working adults and 2 kids, is $27.64 per adult. So that means both of you are pulling in that rate. With our increase, we still don't even hit that. And that's me. That's not even the lowest. So it makes it even harder because I'm not fighting for me. Well, I am, but I'm fighting for everyone else too. I'm fighting for the single mom who cried in our meeting. It's unacceptable. I was hit by a vehicle last week. I can't afford the deductible. It's $500. That's really sad. And I'm not the only one. People are deciding to put food on their plates or pay a bill, as Nicole said. And I just want to know, have you ever sat down and tried to figure out how your life would work on our pay? What would you give up? What could you afford? I just implore you to sit down tonight, tomorrow, whatever. Look at the amounts. See how you would make it work. How would you afford a house? Because honestly, I couldn't. I was priced out for years. I couldn't afford an Elk Grove. So of course I had to go further. And as it sits now, I'm not going to be able to afford to even work at Elk Grove. And we're number 1 in Northern California. It's not okay. And I know you guys appreciate us and I want to see it. Thank you guys.
Cecilia Hendon, followed by Teresa Stein. Yeah, they're all.
Good evening. Beforehand, I'm gonna apologize. My accent gets worse when I get nervous. I have been working with the district since 1999. When I came to the district, I was working at the private sector. Minimum wage was $5 an hour then. Where I was working, I was making double that, private sector. District offered me $13 an hour. And that was the beginning. I started working. That was the best decision. I love it. I live in Elk Grove. My kids went to Elk Grove. So it was one of the best decisions. But lately I decided, that's my first time in this meeting. I have been thinking about it for a while. And the reason it is because I don't feel appreciated. Before when I started, I was making more than double the minimum wage. Now, 24 years later, I make what, $6, $8 more minimum wage? I feel that my value has been depreciated. I have been working so hard for this district. I love it. Also, we are understaffed, even though they don't recognize it. As an example, my school, I'm coming from Las Flores High School. The registrar from Las Flores High School left the district in 2021. Until now, we don't have a registrar. We get staffs, they leave, but for Las Flores, we haven't get a registrar. The registrar for Baylor, because that's 2 schools are combined, she left in 2020. maternity leave, never returned. We had a staff for a registrar up until November of last year that we get a registrar from another school that she moved to our school. That was great. But she realized how hard was the job, so she decided to go somewhere else. Then we have to hire somebody from outside the district with no experience at all, and we have to train it. While she's learning and everything, we have, well, I'm say we, but me have to pick up the slack. You know, for a period of time when they combine the two schools, and mainly it's 4 schools, that is Virtual Academy, that is K through 8, and Las Flores High School and Baylor High School. I was doing all the enrollments, all the data processor, and I was doing grades on top of that because there was no registrars. And the salary, and like I say, the last year, the raise that we have, it was 2%. 2% was laughing, you know, because 1% of that has to be paid to union. The other 1% has to go to the benefits that we have to pay for it now. So it's a raise. I don't know how people survive. Well, I know how, barely. When I started working at the district, my rent was $450.
Please wrap up.
Okay, now it is 2,000. It's crazy.
Thank you. Teresa Stein, followed by Daniel Kane.
Good evening, board members and Superintendent Hoffman. My name is Teresa Stein. I've been working with the school district for 20 years after leaving a private industry to come work for the district to be closer to my boys. I started at Calvine in September of 2019 as the registrar. I did come from Pleasant Grove High School, which I was there for 13 years as the registrar. At that time, I even felt like I wasn't appreciated and I wasn't heard very good. But I worked so hard at Pleasant Grove High School and they loved me. I loved working there. When I came to Calvine, we were already short-staffed. There should be 3 people, the secretary, the registrar, and the data processor. When I first started there was only 2 of us. So I was doing the registrar, data processor, attendance tech, attendance phone calls, student contact log, grades, entering new enrollments, going ahead and doing an orientation with my vice principal and looking over all the paperwork for the new enrollments to make sure that the parents have every single document they need to enroll in our school. I do like working for Calvine. It's a great school. I love the students, the staff. They appreciate me. I appreciate them so very much. I just want to say, and also COVID hit, which meant that not only did we have to answer phones and deal with the parents and everything else and all the phone calls and questions, we didn't have a health tech. So we had to try to figure out what to do, what to say, what guidelines there were for the COVID. All of the schools have been short-staffed. Yes, they have. We all deserve so much more. So I stand in solitude with my fellow registrars and data processors. Please take care of your dedicated, hard-working employees. Thank you.
Daniel Kane, followed by Dean Dalben.
Oh, it is freezing in here. That's all I'm going to tell you. But it wakes us up, right? So let's get this clock. Oh my God, already. Jeez.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
Hallelujah. All right. Good evening, board members. I want to remind you that you were chosen by the people of Elk Grove because you want to make a difference in this world, and especially in this district. Many classified staffs in the districts are struggling because of the inflation. Many of them have 2 to 3 jobs just to survive this world. And many of them get their checks in about $1,000 to $2,000 because half the money goes in their benefits and their package. It's not fair. I was in education for about 10 years. And then I'm seeing me as one of these amazing people making a difference in the school as I work at Sheldon High. Remember why you became part of the school board. And superintendent, you were raised in Elk Grove. You were a teacher and an educator, and you made a difference. But now, as a superintendent, you make more as a difference for this world and the community. We're asking you as the board members to really look in your hearts and see why you're up there. Many people are struggling with their finance. We're a $1.15 billion school district. Where is the money going? We have many people are struggling, and it stinks when they see that check and they're crying. You are the people that are making a difference, and the people in Elk Grove voted for you guys to make that difference. Because when you go home, definitely pray, definitely see what is your mission and your vision of this district. Because we're here because of our students. I made way more money at a different sector. Now I'm making less, but it's not about that. It's about me making a difference with my staff and colleagues to really teach our students about the vision of this world. We promised them many changes. Our district's supposed to be a family, and we need to be that family again. We used to be a #1 district. I've heard many good stories about Elk Grove. Now we're not that great. We need to make us great again and show all these other districts we can kick butt and we're better than you. Let's take care of our staff, take care of our people, and trust me, more people are going to come here and work for you and make this place better. That's all I can tell you. Make a difference, make an impact, because the futures of your kids will probably stand right here where I am. You are where you're supposed to be. Make that difference. And not only that, be you. Always be you, and don't be afraid to speak your mind. We're not a politician world. We are here for the kids, the family, and these people here. Thank you for your time. Have a blessed day and have a great day.
Dean Dalben, followed by Heidi Moore.
Thank you again, members. My name is Dean Dalben. I came to Elk Grove in 1991, and one of the reasons I picked Elk Grove was because of this school district. I'm very proud of my children who have graduated from this district. I'm proud of my grandchildren who are about to graduate. Well, one has and another is about to, and my younger grandchildren who are attending the elementary school. Thank you for that. But what I can't thank you for is the direction the district seems to be taken. I want to point out an important thing. I contacted the district office around mid-March concerning an issue that happened at Pleasant Grove High School regarding their multicultural assembly that occurred on March 3rd. I had some questions about that. And I want to recognize the Florin region and the diversity shown in that region. And I would put it to you that the diversity shown in that region doesn't really reflect all the diversity that we see in the Elk Grove School District. It focuses a little bit more in some areas, a little bit less in other. Altogether, we're one big happy family. But I think we're trying to redefine what multicultural means. It's not just a race, an ethnic group. It's not a word that means a nation. It's far more than that. But what I see that word multicultural expanded to is shown basically with what happened at Pleasant Grove High School when they had a multicultural assembly that was mandatory, that included a group that I would say emphasizes the transgender persona. I don't know what nation, what ethnic group, what race, what culture transgenders come from. I suppose transgenders come from every part of the world, but to identify them as a specific multicultural group, I think we're taking that word and turning it into nothing. It was mandatory. Again, the performance included political things, disregarding the unifying need and calling out certain states. The district was called on this. Parents were outraged. The district doubled down as how that was the fair thing to do. I see that the district has a gender support plan. I would like the district to really clearly identify what gender is, what multicultural is, and realize we need to watch out, as another person said, about the innocence of our children. Are we going to protect that? And so far as the issue of books, I think we're the people who spoke today, they're going to the most extreme arguments about that. But I think all of you would say there are books that should not be in school libraries, and you don't want to burn.
They wrap up, please.
We don't want to burn all books, but I think we could all trust our librarians and you to make sure the right books are in the library, not to damage innocent children. Thank you.
Heidi Moore, followed by Marissa Bitcoin.
Good evening. I'm still waiting for any kind of response from Mark Curetti about the most recent pornographic books I found in district libraries that have been brought to his attention. I found a new book today that is available in my children's library at Catherine Albiani Middle School and PGHS. Yes, that means this is available to children as young as 12. I would advise all parents to check your child's library. Please be advised the following content is explicit and unbearable to read. The book is titled Identical. I found more than 50 pages containing sexual content. Many of those pages contain explicit detail of a father molesting his 10-year-old daughter. These are excerpts from page 150, and it depicts the following. A girl witnesses her father molest her sister in graphic detail. The father tells his daughter to climb on his lap, unbuttons his pants to expose his penis that is described as being as stiff as a stalagmite. He says, quote, "See how much daddy loves you? Show me you love me too." He then tells her to touch his penis, to close her fingers around it, and then rocks his body. When her dad is finished, it says, quote, "Confused at the tears and the sticky stuff, icing her hands, still Kaylee pleaded, 'Don't cry, daddy. Didn't I love you good enough?' 'Yes, you loved me good enough. So very good. But it's our secret, okay? It's okay to have secrets between daddy and his girl." I was so sick when I discovered this book. I hope it disgusts everyone in this room. Sadly, there are individuals in this district, likely in this room, that are choosing to provide this material to our children. I would like to know who chooses this disgusting material. The district refuses to tell me who that is. If I can opt my child out of sex ed, how can you not notify me that these materials are available to my kids? I found topics such as molestation, pedophilia, oral sex, anal sex, rape of a minor, prostitution of a minor, dental damming, porn, animal molestation, masturbation, and more. I'm asking the board to implement an approval process before books are placed in libraries and classrooms. There needs to be checks and balances. Implementing a board policy for approval of new books would also provide transparency to parents and the community, which the district clearly does not want to provide. This is about sexualizing our kids. You can call it what you want, but it's absolutely about sexualizing our kids. And I will say this every time: if you have nothing to hide, then don't hide it. And I believe that everyone would want an approval process and transparency because parents deserve that. That's what we want, is transparency. No one has told me about these books. I found them. We should be aware that this is available to our kids. I will continue to find books and I will continue to expose them. I will not stop until I receive answers. Thank you.
Marissa Bitcoin, followed by Moises Garcia.
Good evening. I have a statement from a parent tonight that was not able to attend. EGUSD board, we moved to EGUSD because of the reputation of special education. It has been a process to learn all the complexities of special education. For many years, I have been disputing the progression of academics in my son's education. When the model of levels was implemented, academics stunted, and my concerns grew even greater. I would ask myself, why is my son continually 2 to 3 years behind with every grade level, and I not trust what the IEP team says? Why do I feel like they don't know my son as a human being with talent and always given the runaround? What do they mean by frustration level in his goals and living skills? Why is my son not learning grade level social studies, science, geography, etc.? Why is level 1 to be determined? Why do I feel discriminated as a Latina and as a family with disabilities? Why is a child with autism automatically labeled moderate severe level when autism is a spectrum? Why doesn't my child get report cards and taking the alternative state test when he is capable of the regular? I approached the IEP team with my questions and I would be given a convenient excuse or just silent blank stares. I have never truly felt part of the IEP team with no communication transparency. I learned that if the IEP says frustration level in the goal, it means that the district stops further grade level progression of that goal. For example, 3rd grade frustration level means that with all the support the district can provide to the child, the district deems the child cannot learn beyond 3rd grade at that time. My son is now in 5th grade and middle school is approaching, and speaking with Melissa Stoneman, the special education coordinator who has taken over my son's education. Her heavy presence in the IEP blocks communication directly with the IEP staff. Every communication must include her. The staff looks emotionally threatened. This is not an education. She called my son a legal case, not by name. You would think Melissa created these levels the way her logic refuses to understand a different perspective. Melissa has pushed my son out of the district I intended to stay in for a long time. I've asked the district to create a cross-categorical curriculum for my son for least restrictive environment. The district has refused to do so. 2nd or 3rd grade is too early to make a major academic decisions about our kids' lives. It's high school diploma track or certificate of completion. Elk Grove Unified has a huge gap. It's either general education with pretend inclusion with the removal of inclusion specialists or level 2 self-contained special day class. Other districts in California have placements in between or where children can cross categories. I urge any parent with the same concerns not to sign IEP and contact EG Speaks for support within their network district to provide more inclusive opportunities for our children. From Anna Soriano, level 2 parent and multicultural change agent. Thank you.
Moises Garcia, followed by Leonard Camero.
Good evening. As a father, I'm trying to wrap my mind around this and just feeling appalled to find books like this that are really disturbing, that I cannot understand how, as board members, you're up here and are elected by the people to protect the children, to look for their well-being. And that's not the case. Because if that was the case, we would be teaching them what they need in order for them to be successful. To be successful, you don't need to be taught sexuality. You don't need to be taught how a father can molest his daughter and a daughter be confused and not knowing if it's right or wrong. How is that we're not trying to protect them like they should? I have a 7-year-old daughter. I'm trembling just to even read this. This is disgusting that it's being allowed. I don't care what you guys do in your private bedroom. That is your decision. That is your right to do whatever you want. But with our children, you don't have that right. If you were put up here, it was for a reason, to be protective of them. If kids don't have somebody to protect them, because she is saying here, I don't know who to go to because this is something that it feels wrong. But if who can I go tell? Who's going to defend me if an adult, my father, is the one that's doing this to me? And then the district, the school, the teachers are not doing nothing about it. I can't even confide in them because obviously they're the ones that are promoting this, are allowing this to be in my school. How is that possible? I'm not saying that every single one of them is, but there's agenda on this. There's people that are wanting for this to be there, because if not, it wouldn't be written. It wouldn't be putting into the libraries if this wasn't the case. So how can you sit there and say that you're for protecting the children when you're not doing that? It doesn't, it seems like you're more interested in your salaries, you're more interested in what you're getting paid and staying paid, because if not, they're gonna let you go. How can you sleep at night? How can you go and see family members and other kids running around and saying that you're doing what's best for them if you're not? You're here to protect them. The people put you up there, the people can take you out. They can remove you. You need to understand that the best interest for the kids is why you're up here. You will be judged. And judgment comes to everybody. The way you act, the way you do, the way you think, the things that you do, you will be judged. Especially against the kids. Really think about that.
Leonard Camaro. Last one. And then I have one for consent.
Hi, ma'am. First of all, I wanna greet a pleasant good night to you all, school board members, president, and parents, and everybody here in the room. I'm Filipino, and I will contribute what I doing in this country. I'm glad to invite me here to talk about to share my ability and my talent. So, ma'am, I'm build a community service in good deed in the Philippines, like doing good to the community, like serving others, like who need most, especially those people who need, they have enough to make them life good, better life in this. I'm Filipino. We seeking a good heart, like God knows I am. I speak today. I build a community like donating blood, feeding program, plant tree, donating school supply, and help those homeless people, and clean clean area, not only your side corner or your house, do also your heart and mind, because don't be full of hate of our heart, be truth, the way, the truth, and the life. That's what I am. And I am graduated in the Philippines, aircraft technician course, and licensed civil aviation authority. And I am preacher also, and I read too many Bibles, too many religion, too many voices, too many choices, every color, every hue. But I represented me and you. But I'm doing good peacefully and came here. I learn music, I learn martial arts, and I share for all that they need guitar or something, that parents and teacher together to help each other. That I believe that we're seeking, we, the sovereign of Filipino people, exploring the aid of Almighty God in order to build a human society and establish the government that shall embody our ideas and aspirations, promote the common good, conserve and develop our patrimony and posterity, the blessing of independence, democracy, under the rule of law, regime, the truth, justice, freedom, quality, and peace, and shall be God. That's it. And thank you for all. And you can read my voice. They call me scientist in the Philippines, and I learn medicine, and I have a cure for flu, and maybe in the future, I
Please wrap
can
up.
make maybe your chemical in your
You need to
body.
end your comments, please.
Yeah, and I share my knowledge about that. Maybe in the future, HIV, maybe
Can you turn off?
because I have the cure for all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I love you.
That is the end of the public comment for items not on the agenda.
Thank you, Ms. Jamerson. That concludes public comment. Next item on our agenda is come on. No? we'll get closer. Next item on our agenda is consent. Ms. Lavasser, do we have any Zoom comments for items on consent?
Madam President, we have no public comment via Zoom for this item.
Thank you, Ms. Jamerson. Do we have blue cards on consent?
Yes, we have blue cards for item number 31 on the consent.
Okay,
Mr. Dean Dalben.
come on up, sir.
Well, again, board members, thank you very much for allowing me this opportunity. I did not originally plan to speak on any other items but the ones that I've already mentioned to you. But when I got the agenda here and I saw these consent items, I probably predict that we have no idea what the total sum of money is going to be authorized by these 36 items. When I looked at this, one caught my eye that I thought I'd take some time to look at. Item 31, instructional materials adoption. It lists 14 texts, and none of this shows how many books are going to be purchased, what the subtotal is for each separate item for the costs, what number of books are needed for what number of students. I looked at some of the titles of these, and you're adopting all these instructional materials that were reviewed and approved by the appropriate committees and the principals. But before I continue, I want to make sure you understand one important fact. I am not a fascist, okay? Please take me at that word. What I'm doing when I give my statements to you is trying to be as objective and clear and rational as I can. One of the things I look at this is I picked item number 8, ideas in argument. I was wondering what is the content of that book. And surprisingly, I see that you could buy it on Amazon for, I think, around $90 or more. And I don't know what the price is that the school is going to be getting, the district's going to be getting in this, but I would have liked to see that information included with this, because if all these 14 books, I have no idea the total budget for getting all those things. Now, in ideas of argument, it promotes diverse voices of examples, such names as Trevor Noah, Edward Snowden, Brian Stevenson, who's a social justice lawyer, Mindy Kaling, if you watch The Office, you know her, Kamala Harris, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, J.D. Vance, a Republican conservative senator, Harvey Milk, a person I'll mispronounce, Tanisha Coates, who is a writer on Blacks and the issues of white supremacy and more. This is hardly a diverse group, but we're going to be giving this as a textbook for students in the district. I think you should look more carefully, see what the recommendations are, how many different books they looked at for each of the type of topics that are designed for these books. American government stories, comparative government stories, authoritarian states. I don't think you really know what is the content of those books, but because a committee and principals who did not take the time to look at all the choices, they're recommending this, you're going to give them a blank check. So please be careful.
Thank you. That is the end of public comment for consent agenda.
Wonderful, thank you. I just want to clarify for those on the board and anyone watching that the reason that the dollar amounts associated with those instructional material purchases are not included here is because that is not what we are being asked to approve here. We're not being asked to allocate funds. We're being asked to approve these specific instructional materials and to adopt them. So in other items, whenever that comes before us, that's when that information will be included. That said, of course, if anyone ever has any questions about that just please give Ms. Avalos or Ms. Superintendent your contact information, and we can be sure to answer any specific questions about cost of any of these items. With that, I would like to call for a motion to approve items 1 through 36 on the consent agenda.
I move approval of items 1 through 36. With the exception of item number 32, which I request an opportunity to speak to.
Second.
Thank you. Moved and seconded. All in favor of approving items 1 through 36 on consent with the exception of item number 32, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None. Those items are approved unanimously. Mr. Fortuna, can you speak to item 32, please?
Yes, item 32 is the state, is the Head Start grant application for 23-24. I received communication raising a number of questions about contents of the grant application. And I spend time asking questions. And I can say that from a structural standpoint, there's nothing inherently wrong with the grant application. The problem with the grant application is one I will speak to later on tonight, and that has to do with the issue of communication. It's incumbent upon this board to have at least cursory knowledge when changes are going to be made, such that when we are contacted, we're not embarrassed by not knowing what the individual is talking about. And I will address the issue of communication later on. So with that, I'll move approval of item number 32.
Do we have a second? Moved and seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? That is approved unanimously. Folks, let's take a 10-minute comfort break and come back at 8 p.m. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. We're going to proceed with the meeting. Next item on the agenda is bargaining units. Are there any bargaining units who wish to address the board? Come on up.
Oh. Thanks. Yeah. Good evening. We had some great news to share with you. Last night, our unit came together to vote on our tentative agreement, and we're happy to report that it passed. We're very pleased. We appreciate your support. David, Emmerich, we appreciate your guys' support. Shannon and Kristen, who's not here, and also Karen. We know that they sat with us, they listened, you guys listened, and we were able to take something back to the unit that they were pleased with and passed. So thank you.
Congratulations. We appreciate your partnership.
Thank you.
Our next item is the homeless education program update. Ms. Lavasser, do we have any comments on this item via Zoom?
Madam President, we have no public comments via Zoom on this item.
Thank you. Ms. Jamerson, do we have any blue cards on this item?
No, we do not have any blue cards on this item.
You, Mr. Ross, please come on up and commence the presentation.
All right. Good evening, President Chirez Espinoza, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, and Ms. Avalos. I'm Don Ross, Director for Student Support and Health Services. And with me tonight is Tammy Silvera, our program specialist for our homeless education program. And we're very excited tonight to give you an update and information about the homeless education program and the supports and services it provides to our students and their families. So the work that goes into supporting our students who are experiencing homelessness very much aligns with our EGUSD learning vision and the belief that every student learning in every classroom and every subject every day to prepare college and career and life-ready graduates. It also aligns very closely with our strategic goals. It does touch on all of the strategic goals, but tonight we really are going to focus in on wellness and how we support our students in that area, our connection with our family and community engagement office and the work that we do also with our homeless families as well as the students, and then how we target those supports for our students. The presentation tonight is going to focus in on 4 areas. First, we're going to look at the definition of homelessness. So we all are operating off the same definition. We'll spend a little bit of time on the McKinney-Vento Act. That's that legislation that helps define a lot and guide a lot of the work that the homeless education folks do in supporting our students. And then we'll delve into some key data points, look at the students who are impacted, how they're impacted, and also look at where they reside throughout our district. And then finally, we'll spend the most of our time with the homeless education program and detail out the supports and services that are provided to them. So at this point, I'm going to turn it over Ms. Tammy Silvera.
Thank you, Don. All right, we are going to begin by defining homelessness as it is in education as compared to what you may see as a traditional definition of homelessness that comes out of other agencies or that we see when in the media, which is somebody who is completely unsheltered. In education, homelessness is defined as individuals that lack a fixed, regular, and adequate nighttime residence. And there's, as I said, a common misconception that homelessness is only applied to those who live on the streets. It looks like this. We have families in our school district who sometimes are living in hotels and motels, and they may receive vouchers to have a place to stay for a short window of time. They may be staying at friends and relatives' homes And that is actually the most common category in the way we report the data, that's called doubled up, but we actually have families sometimes that are tripled up and quadrupled up, depending on what they need to do to make ends meet. So they may be staying with someone, but they have no legal rights. They're not the leaseholder. They're not the owner of that home. Were that relationship to sour, were something to happen, they would have no other resources, nowhere to go. Some of our families are unsheltered. They are living in cars. They are living in tents. They are out on the streets. They're going from place to place just to attempt to have some place for their kids to land. We do have families that are in shelters and transitional housing, and that would also include anyone that's in a domestic violence shelter. Those resources are extremely limited in our community in Sacramento. We only have one youth shelter in the entire area, and it is often very full. And it's also in the city of Sacramento. It's not in our area. As the definition also states, adequate nighttime residence. So any of our families who may be living in a situation that is unsafe or not a residence that provides what we would consider the basic needs for a residence: plumbing, electricity, it's damaged. We had a number of families impacted by the floods in January. Their homes were damaged due to flooding, and the landlords did not make those repairs. In those situations, that would be considered inadequate residence, and they would qualify in our program. So where does this definition come from? It comes from the McKinney-Vento Homeless Assistance Act. This was passed, federal legislation that was passed in 1987. And it requires all local education agencies, all our school districts across the nation, to remove barriers to these students' free, appropriate, and public education. And what does that look like? So students who qualify in one of those living categories, they would have these following rights: the right to immediate enrollment. So that means if they show up to enroll in our schools and they're unsheltered or they're staying with someone, and they're missing documents, maybe they don't have their children's birth certificates, they can't provide proof of residence if they're living in a car or going from place to place. We are required to eliminate those barriers, to allow those families to enroll with whatever they have available. And then that's where my team activates, the Student and Family Empowerment Office, to help those families find those documents, help families make documents needed so that they can get a birth certificate, connect them to our immunization clinics so they can get those shot records in place. So that's where we start to come in to help with that enrollment process. They have the right to remain in their school of origin and transition and matriculate to their feeder school. Many of our families become displaced, and as I just shared, a lot of our shelters are not within our school district boundaries. So if they are displaced and they have to move it outside our district boundaries, outside the regional boundaries of that feeder pattern, they have the right to remain in that school of origin while they remain homeless. Additionally, if they're matriculating between 6th and 7th grade or 8th and 9th grade, they have the right to matriculate with their peers, even if they're not staying in that area. Once our students are in high school, if they become housed, they have the right to remain in that high school, their home high school, until they graduate, even if they become housed and they're outside the boundaries of that high school feeder pattern. So these are all things that we help our schools understand so that our students can have the most stable educational environment possible. They have the right to transportation support, and I'll go into that in a little bit. Breakfast, lunch, and supper programs are available. And then advocacy and support. As the district's homeless liaison, that is my role. I do not do that alone. I do that with an amazing team of people in my in the SAFE office, as well as the assistance from numerous other departments and agencies around our area. But we have a mandate to provide that advocacy and support, and I'll go into a little bit about what that looks like. And then we also have to make sure that we remove barriers to their full enrollment and participation in school, which includes any school-sponsored extracurricular activities. So if our families are unable to pay for uniforms for sports, unable to provide fees for field trips that we're sponsoring, we need to waive those so that the students have full access. Within the definition of McKinney-Vento, we have a target group that we provide additional supports for, and these are our unaccompanied youth. These are children or youth who are not in the physical custody of their parent or guardian. And this is regardless of age. We have students in this category across all grades in our school district. It is also regardless of the circumstances that led to their separation from their family. They include youth who've run away from home, youth who were forced from their home due to some trauma in their families. There's a lot of circumstances that go on. These students often need a lot of extra support because they're dealing with some trauma. They have maybe lost connection to the school environment, or for some of these students, the school site is the one safe place that they have left where they have a roof over their head. So in the last few years, we've seen an increase in the number of students in our district that we've identified under McKinney-Vento as homeless. In 2021, you can see there we had 746 students that we identified over the course of the school year. Last year, that jumped to 898 students. And between July and February of this year, we identified 1,007 students in our school district experiencing homelessness. Where we have seen a real dramatic change is also with the identified unaccompanied youth in our school district. As you can see by that, we jumped from 71 students during 2021 to 128 last year. And already this year, we've eclipsed that number in February. We have extra supports, like I shared, and I'll go into what that looks like in terms of our case management. And this is where we look at that nighttime residence, our students who are either in a temporary shelter, doubled up, unsheltered, or in a hotel and motel. You'll notice the math doesn't always work out when you add those numbers up to the grand total, and that's because families go between categories. The grand total also includes our students who are in the 0 to 5 category. So we have an obligation to do our best to track our students who are 0 into 12th grade. And we work closely with our preschool programs. And we also ask our families to identify any other children in the home that are not yet school age. So that's where you're going to see some of those discrepancies come up.
Can I ask a really quick clarifying question? So you had, in one of the previous slides, you had talked about cars. So where would vehicle dwellers fall in this?
They would fall into unsheltered. Yes, a car is not adequate residence. So that's an unsheltered category.
Right, thank you.
You're welcome. So a little data around our students. I've been working really hard to pull more data to look at what's the picture of our students, what supports do they need. Of course, the data drives our decisions in terms of what who we're partnering with and what added resources we need to bring to our school district. As you can see, this is 2021 data. Our students who are experiencing homelessness do struggle to get to school. Chronic absenteeism is a real problem. A lot of this is due to transportation barriers. Our families have a hard time getting their kids to school. So as you can see, 48.6% of our students in 2021 experienced chronic absenteeism as compared to 9.4% of our students who are stably housed. Additionally, our graduation rates for our students in our homeless ed program are not as good as the students who are stably housed. 64.3% of our students in our program in 2021 graduated as compared to 90.2% of our students who are stably housed. We are putting a lot of effort into developing programs to support our students graduating. Nationwide data shows that our students who don't come out of school with a diploma or a GED are 4.5 times more likely to continue to experience homelessness into their young adult lives. So that diploma, that GED really, really does matter. 68% of our students in our program are African American and Hispanic. This is true across the state of California and across our nation. So we work closely with our programs to make sure that we're addressing the disparities that exist there. And our data so far this year shows that students with disabilities comprise 18% of our homeless youth population as compared to 12% of the total student population. And we're pretty much the same as the district gen ed population for our students who are English language learners.
Yeah, Tammy, do you have the data for the other 32%.
32% of of the ethnic breakdown of the other. I do have it. I can provide it certainly at a later point.
Sure, would
Absolutely.
love to have it.
Yeah, absolutely. So we have 4 priority areas in our program. We look at identification and enrollment first and foremost. We can't provide help if we don't know that they're in our school district and they need our help. So that is key. Then we move on to case management and advocacy. So we kick in with those resources. We want to wrap that student and that family around with as much help as we can provide. We want to keep them in school. Then we have academic intervention supports that are new to our program this year, which I'll speak to, and outreach and training. I do a lot of outreach and training. Identification and enrollment. Last year, the state of California enacted a new law that required all LEAs to have in place a housing questionnaire as part of the enrollment process. And it's regardless of whether or not you receive funding for homeless education. So we do have a housing questionnaire that is embedded in our enrollment process. We were asking those questions previously, but now we have to be very explicit in the way we ask those questions, and we have to make sure we're including in that student and family's rights under McKinney-Vento. That housing questionnaire then transfers once it's completed to my office so that we can start services. We coordinate referral services with other organizations for our homeless families. We're working really closely with a lot of other groups in the area, like Elk Grove Heart, for example. When they're helping a family and they're part of our district, we're working with them. We attend their collaborative meetings and so on. That's really important on the work that we do. We are required to post public notice of the educational rights of our students and the liaison's contact information. So that poster you see there is in the front offices of our schools, and it's available in multiple languages. Whenever my staff go out to a campus, they're looking around to make sure that that's still hanging up, and we'll replace it if needed. We also provide that housing questionnaire annually to our parents and guardians and our unaccompanied youth. And the intent of that is to help identify families who may have already been enrolled and at one point were stably housed, and now they're not, and we want to be able to reach out and connect with them. So case management and advocacy. First and foremost, under McKinney-Vento, you have to have a homeless liaison. But as I said earlier, I don't do that job alone. I have a whole team of folks that I work with and other departments that I work with very closely, and we provide support and advocacy. That means that we're helping our families get enrolled, and we're doing ongoing case management with those families as they need us. I will add that the services that we provide are voluntary. Some of our families decline our help. There's a lot of stigma. There's a lot of fear on the part of parents. And sometimes we will reach out, and sometimes we need to make multiple attempts to reach out because they're not inclined to talk to us and let us know what's going on in their lives yet. We provide basic needs for our families. That's a lot of school supplies. We give out a lot of backpacks. We help our students have everything that they need to be successful in class. But we are also out there providing clothing, connecting them with the area clothes closets, delivering bags of clothes to their wherever they happen to be staying so that they don't need to come to us. Food insecurity is very real right now. We actively work with the Sacramento Food Bank. They deliver 100 food boxes to us a month. We put some of those food boxes in the hands of some of our campuses so they can be immediately responsive. And then we have food boxes, and I maintain a small food pantry within our office so that we can meet those immediate needs. We also do sleeping bags. We help with shoes that fit, jackets in the winter, appropriate clothing in the summer when it's hot. And lately we've been giving out a lot of umbrellas and ponchos. And as I shared, we provide targeted supports for unaccompanied students. I have 2 social workers on staff, and that's their main role, is to get out and meet with those kids and meet with their whoever they're staying with. Again, often our unaccompanied homeless youth are staying with somebody, but we do also have a subpopulation who are without shelter or who may stay at Wind Youth Services, but that's very limited. And those students are usually dealing with a great deal of trauma. They've been through a lot, and they need a lot of extra help, and they need to get connected, and they really need somebody to walk that journey with them so that we can keep them engaged and get them the support that they need. We collaborate with a lot of our school staff and our other district programs. I'm real good friends with FACE and other departments. We will do home visits, so we go where they are. And if they're in a car, we'll meet them in a parking lot if that's what's needed. We do not make them come to us. If it's necessary that we go to them, that's what we'll do. We'll meet them at their school site. We go into the shelters to meet with families. We also go out to the hotels and the motels where they're staying, and we'll meet them there as well. Transportation, as I shared earlier, we provide bus passes. We'll do monthly bus passes for parents so that they can ride the bus, the Sac City bus, with their little ones if they're worried about them riding the bus on their own. We do mileage reimbursement. So if they're with outside a certain radius of the school that they need to get their kiddos to, we will do monthly mileage reimbursement. And of course, we work very closely with our transportation department to try and meet their needs through school buses whenever is possible. Consultation and training for school sites, a lot of consultation with our school sites to help understand and bring compassion to families when they come into our doors, that they're greeted with as much respect as possible. And I'm always on the phone with our front office staff to help get down into the weeds of those circumstances and see how we can be helpful. We collaborate with the County Office of Education, and these last couple of years, we've gotten really much better at collaborating with our other school districts. We're trying to do a better job of having warm handoffs between school districts, and they leave Elk Grove and they go to Sac City. I know who the homeless liaison is there, vice versa. When they're coming into our district, we try to make those connections. And lastly, as I've shared, a lot of resources, a lot of referrals, BSP vouchers so families can get their kids glasses. That is one of the #1 referral issues that we get is for glasses, and second to that is dental care. So I shared that we have a new academic support strategy within our team. This past fall, we added an academic intervention teacher to the team. She's amazing, Shelley Allen. And she launched supports at Valley High School. We selected Valley High School because they have one of our highest enrollments of homeless students. And she works with our students there at all grade levels with a focus on graduation and college readiness. She supports basically a lot of what she does is so very basic. And I'll be very honest about this. It's oatmeal in the morning when they're hungry. It's check-ins in and out. It's getting the glue sticks and the construction paper out to help them do a science project because they don't have a place to do that once they leave school. So it's very, very basic. It's listening. It's being somebody compassionate to what's going on in their lives. And we also have 2 project implementers on the team that are expanding those supports to our other schools, helping our students complete the FAFSA, which is really, really complicated when you're in this circumstance. And this summer, we will be piloting a summer enrichment program for the students in our program. We have a counselor part-time who determines eligibility for graduation exemption for our students in high school who qualify for grad exemption. Again, really trying to work towards making sure they have access to that education and get their diploma. And those are just a couple quotes by a student and a counselor at Valley. We did a mid-year assessment of our program. We asked for specific feedback from the staff that we're working with. They have really great things to say about what Shelley's been accomplishing out there. And then we do a lot of outreach and training. I will go anywhere and present to anyone. My goal is to build the compassion and understanding of all of our staff so that these families get the best support that they can. This year we were really fortunate. We had the funding and my entire team was able to attend the NACCE conference, the National Association for Education of Homeless Children and Youth. So we all got to be a part of this national conference with people across the US. Get some fabulous ideas, strategize and commiserate on the work that we do, which can be really, really hard. And then lastly, myself as a member of our team are participating in local and statewide collaborative efforts to improve our services and to support our students and families. So I'm always looking for an opportunity to collaborate. And this is where we live. We have an office at David Reese Elementary. And they support our students and families on the east side of Highway 99. And we have an office at Valley High School, and they support our students on the west side of Highway 99. And I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll go down the line for questions and comments. I'll start with Mr. Yang. Anything?
Good evening. Thank you for the presentation. It's sad to see that the number of homeless students are increasing. First question. You're saying that your team or doing volunteer work?
No, these are Elk Grove staff,
Right.
but we do work with folks in the community who do volunteer work as well.
Okay, so the home visit and all the work you guys do, is that pay hours or you guys volunteer?
No, these are full-time employees as part of the school district. Yeah.
All right, okay. So part of the case management and advocacy, can you share with me or us the process of day-to-day as far as following up with students with no housing?
Well, I could give an example just this week. We had a family come in to our Valley, a referral come in to our Valley office. Usually we're going to receive a housing questionnaire if it's coming from the school site. The first thing our case manager or social worker does is reach out to the family. And we do an intake. We look at what their issues are, where are they staying, what are their needs? And then we try to gather whatever resources it is. It may be putting food boxes together for them. It may be contacting the clothes closet to try and get bags of clothing for the student. It may be contacting me so I can do some advocacy work with the campus to make sure this family has what they need at school. So it can go a lot of different directions. It's very based on that individual family. And then our case management process is ongoing. So depending on the level of need of that family, we may be working with them weekly, monthly, it varies depending on the needs of that family.
So what sort of thing do we do that making sure that the student will get to classes? Because there's a variety of housing based on the data here. Do we do any, I heard of, reimbursement for mileage and so forth, but can you kind of describe that a little bit more? Because it's important for students to get to classes.
Absolutely. So that's one of the very first things we do on intake is we're trying to find out if there's any transportation barriers to school. And then we will contact our transportation department to see if there's a bus route available. If that is not a possibility, then we're going to work with the family to see if we could provide city bus passes for the parents. And we pay for those on a monthly rotation. And then we will also reimburse at the same rate that I'm reimbursed for mileage if I'm traveling for work for the family to get their children to and from school. And we look at their attendance. So for the days that they attend, they get reimbursed.
So do parents communicate with you guys as far as no housing and no transportation?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
and what would you guys do to provide that, if any?
If they have no housing and no transportation, we're going to go down that list. We're
Okay.
going to see if we can do a school bus. We're going to see if city bus might work. We're going to see if we can reimburse for mileage. We've got a group that we work with that gives us bikes and helmets. So we'll start mapping out if it's safe enough and if they're willing, if a bike would be helpful. So we're looking at all kinds of different options. If they could work with somebody else in their neighborhood to carpool, things of that nature.
So what is the game plan to increase the graduation rate from the 64% compared to the students with house 90.2%? Is there any specific planning strategies?
Well, we've launched the program at Valley and are working on a number of strategies there to see, we had to start somewhere. We started at Valley because the numbers are high there. We're seeing good progress so far with our academic intervention teacher, and we hope to grow those strategies to our other high schools over time so that we can provide that graduation support at all of our high schools.
Any example? The strategy that you guys are implementing.
Well, our academic intervention teacher, the first thing she does when she identifies a student as part of our program is she looks at what classes are they in, what's their credit level, what grades do they have. She'll meet with their teachers She meets with the school counselors. Sometimes it's as simple as we have students who come through city bus and they're often late to school because they're at the mercy of city bus system. And so we may make a change in their schedule so that their first period class is not a heavy emphasis academic class. And that teacher in first period has some flexibility with them if they may be frequently 10 minutes late. So we're looking at all those different things to try and meet that student's needs. And then she's feeding them. She's talking to them. She's checking in with them. She's hassling them to get their homework done. And she's providing all that direct support. And then my whole team is activated for all the other supports that we provide as well.
Okay, thank you. One last thing.
And I'm
Yeah.
sorry, Dawn just reminded me.
Yeah.
And we assess to see if the student is eligible for graduation exemption, which would allow them to graduate with the state minimum standards. They have to have moved after their second year of high school and be credit deficient. And so our counselor that's part-time is also assessing that to see if that would support them graduating.
I know we still got other board members, so I will leave some for them to ask, but I wanted to get to the comment that I mentioned it about the other percentage besides the African American 36% and Hispanic 32%. For me, I'm disappointed not to see the other group of students, and this is the same example as the presentation we had regarding the suspension category of students that we highlight just the top 2 and 3. And to me, this is not equity, and we need to see it in the public setting like this in the open session. So I would strongly recommend it for you guys to insert that into the presentation going forward.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And we
Appreciate
will
it.
include that for you all.
Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. You guys do amazing stuff. They've done amazing stuff at David Reese for many years, and I'm so excited to see it formalized. A lot of stories we read and hear in my education reading talks about washing machines, showers, all those kind of things. Are we doing those things? Are those something we should think about putting into new schools we're building? Are any thoughts?
Sure. Yes, our families often have barriers to getting bathed. They our unaccompanied youth really have that barrier. They don't have anywhere to take a shower on a daily basis. Washing clothes is definitely a barrier. We'll have schools make referrals to us because the student comes to school and there's an odor, and they need our help with getting clothes that are clean. There are certainly school districts across the nation who have opened up full resource centers that have all of those things available, so that families can come in and do laundry, so that children can come in and get bathed. So that's certainly a direction that many school districts have gone.
Okay, and we haven't gone there yet.
Not quite yet. Yes.
All right.
Working on
And
it.
we might, who knows? And then, do you think we're getting better at finding these students?
I
Do you think the word's getting better? I know the numbers going up, and I know in our state, our numbers going up as well. But do you think part of this is us doing services and word of mouth? Because I think word of mouth is a big way for in that population, correct?
I think there's 2 things. One, the issue is increasing. We see it in our community. None of us are immune to the fact that that's happening. And the economic hardships of our families are pretty intense right now. COVID certainly really impacted families. And so that has, contributed to that increase, but we are also doing a better job of identifying families. And being a lot more systematic with the housing questionnaire and other strategies that we have in place. So they're less likely to slip through the cracks. And I hope we'll continue to see that improve.
Well, I'm just going to do a little shout out. I spend a lot of time at the food bank and see them make boxes and deliver whole boxes to different schools for students and such. So I know you're in that community partnership as well. So thank you for what you're doing. It's amazing.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentation. It, looking at the amount of work that we do to support these students and their families, I'm glad to be able to say that I'm part of a district that has such robust services. So thank you for that. One of the things that you mentioned in terms of it's hard to get some families just because of the stigma. And I imagine some of our families that are undocumented families will have that reluctance to come and receive services. What are some ways in which you are doing that outreach to kind of break down that stigma? Have you tried different strategies, or what is working in that area?
I would say just generally some of the outreach that we're doing in the trainings, we're trying to help our front office personnel develop some skills in how to approach families. I use the word homeless all over the place in this presentation. I would not say that directly to a family. And when a family calls me, I ask them, where are you staying? Or, what's your living situation right now? Are you staying with someone? Because that word in and of itself creates stigma and fear. I sat down with a mom right after Christmas. She got displaced due to the flooding, and she fell apart in tears. It's hard for me to tell this without getting emotional, because she thought if she told us what was going on, we were going to take our kids away. And she fell apart. This is embarrassing, sorry. But she fell apart, and I just had to give her a hug and say, we're not taking your kids away. And let me clarify, poverty and homelessness are not reasons to contact CPS and take children away from their parents. So yes, there is an incredible amount of stigma attached, and our job is to make sure they get the best and most welcoming environment here. And that's what we're doing to the best of our abilities.
Don't worry, Miss Silvera. We cry here all the time.
Can you pass one of those this way? Can you? I need to.
So,
Thank you.
I need to make you cry, Gina.
I often cry, so I'm not.
So it's tough
Thank
stuff.
you.
And
Yeah.
to speak to your question about our undocumented families, yes, they're really worried. If they're trying to gain legal status in our country, they're worried that if they receive any support from us, that will get in the way of them gaining that legal status. It will not. McKinney Venture Services does not inhibit their ability to obtain legal status. And but they don't know that. So they're really scared.
Perfect. Thank you. And then my second question was just having those two centers is amazing. Are there, I mean, I know that if we could, we would have a site at, every school, but are there plans or discussions or in the future to increase the number of safe sites that we have?
I'd love to see that happen. We are, our two offices are located at, in our South Sacramento region. I'd love to have more resources that are available closer to this side of the school district. Transportation proximity is really important. The concept of satellite spaces where families can find us and reach out to us would be really helpful. The city of Elk Grove doesn't have the same infrastructure for its building. I will say the city of Elk Grove is doing a lot. But the same infrastructure isn't in place as it is in the city of Sacramento. So we could certainly put more space to good use. For sure.
Thank you so much. And thank you to you and your team for the work that you do.
Thank you.
And the
Sorry.
tears, it just shows your compassion. No, don't ever be, apologetic for the emotion that we bring to the work that we do.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you for the presentation. It's very informative. I just have two questions. My first question is, it's mainly concerning the workload that they have, because now, after COVID, a lot of the work is getting digitalized, and I guess without Wi-Fi, it's really hard to get in the same amount of work as other students are. So is there anything we're doing to combat that difference with those that have access to the internet and those that don't?
Excellent question. So one of the things we do is we work with our technology services to provide families hotspots for free, so that if they are in a place where they can plug in a hotspot, their kids can get online. But then we're also working with our teachers. We do a lot of education with our teachers to help them understand how they can adapt their lessons, so that our students who can't access a computer outside of school would still have the ability to complete their homework.
Okay. And my second question is, I agree with what you guys are saying about the stigma. I think it's a really troubling issue. I was just wondering if there were, I guess, any solutions that have been solutions that have been like brought up to help fight the stigma.
Well, I think good education is part of it for our staff. I think so that our students and our families feel as welcome as they can, and they don't feel, at least in our environment, stigmatized. And being really open and honest and doing what we can to help them. Making sure that those students have a safe space on campus when they need to talk to someone, which is why we partner a lot with our support team, our counselors, our social workers, our other academic intervention teachers. All that's helping to reduce that stigma.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Great. Thank you for the presentation. My colleagues have all elevated particularly vulnerable communities, and I want to do so as well. One of the communities, I think, particularly when you're talking about homelessness, that is especially vulnerable is our LGBT students. Our LGBT students are not just overwhelmingly or overrepresented in the homeless population, particularly unaccompanied youth, for obvious reasons. But they're also especially vulnerable, with everything that's going on, but also on campuses when it comes to bullying and things like that. And so, how do you address some of those sort of intersecting vulnerabilities?
We talk about it, I mean, openly. Yes, our LGBTQ community is more impacted. We have students that are kicked out of their homes for that reason. And so my staff is real comfortable in working with students around those issues. We're building capacity with our school site personnel to have that same capacity, partnering with our other departments, so that we're talking about intersectionality and how that layers on the trauma that these kiddos are dealing with. And then we're also partnering with our community agencies like the SAC LGBT Center, which does also have support for young people who are unhoused. So we're trying to bring all those puzzle pieces together.
Yeah, actually, that's a good segue into another question I have, which is around stable housing. Because obviously we know that one of the biggest indicators of whether a homeless student is going to be able to continue and doing what, being on campus and learning is a stable housing situation. And it seems like as a school district, we have somewhat limited abilities in that particular area. And so how are we working with the city and the county who have more capacity to do those things, to provide stable housing in order to ensure that students have access to it?
So full honesty, housing resources for families in this situation are extremely limited right now. I was at a community meeting where they had shared that there were 40 low-income units that came available in an apartment complex and over 1,000 people applied. So the need far outweighs the availability. We have a direct line of contact with numerous people in DHA so that we can help families get straight to someone if they need emergency hotel vouchers and things of that nature so that they can get qualified for Section 8 housing. We participate in the community meetings with Elk Grove Heart. And within that is the city of Elk Grove and their homeless services program, the housing navigator that's part of the city of Elk Grove, and also into the city of Sacramento because we cross boundaries. And then all that work that we're doing, across our districts with the countywide collaboratives related to those issues. There's also some new funding that came into Sacramento for youth housing. And there's some work going on to bring some key stakeholders together to discuss youth homelessness. And I sit in on that group as well to provide voice to what's going on in our community. But the need outweighs the availability. It's very real. Rent is too high for so many of our families, and many of our families are also asked to provide first and last and deposit or demonstrate they have 3 times the income of the rent, and they're simply unable to do so. So they can't qualify. If they have an eviction notice, they also end up that much more difficult for them to qualify for housing.
Yeah, you mentioned earlier in the presentation that we help students to collect information and documentation and various things in order to get access to education services. Do we extend any of those services to families to help them
Yes.
with any documentation collection that they might need?
Absolutely. And I should have said students and families. So if families are missing birth certificates, we're going to help them get connected to find out how they could get a free birth certificate. So that's one thing you can get through the state of California. IDs, how to get a California ID, all those types of things that they may need to gather up. I called Washington State one time to track down a homeless liaison to try and get student records. So that's what we're doing to try and help families get those records. Sometimes it's really difficult and it can be very, very time consuming. And then we work closely, for immunizations with our health services department so they can get squeezed in and get their shots.
Cool. And then just last question is around vehicle dwellers. Has the district ever participated? I know Elk Grove used to have a safe parking program. I know they don't anymore, and they're thinking about bringing it back. Has the district ever participated in something like that? Because we have a lot of parking lots. Is that something we've considered? Is that something we've done in the past when those programs existed?
I am not aware of our district ever participating. I have to admit, I took over this position about two years ago, right out of COVID. And but I don't believe, because I've worked in this department for years, that we've ever had that. I know some districts across the nation will do that. You do have to provide additional security and safety. And that's certainly a consideration. And you are correct. There are very limited safe parking places for families who are living in cars. Especially if you're a single mom, it can be really worrisome. And we do help them try to navigate to the safest places they can to park their cars.
Great. Thank you.
Hi, Tammy.
Hi, Carmen.
I just have a couple questions, but before I do that, I'm going to take liberty to embarrass Tammy
Oh, God.
because I could do that.
I already cried. Isn't that bad enough?
Suffice to say that all of you don't know Tammy real well. Brand new, almost new, brand new.
I'm familiar with her successes in her previous position as well.
But nobody, absolutely nobody networks with resource providers like Tammy does.
Thank you.
No one. And the importance of that is seen in the coordination of services, the availability of services, and our families and our children benefit from Tammy's work. And she's done that for a long time in this office in different positions. So thanks, Tammy.
You're very welcome.
Tammy, what is your source of funding for your programs?
I received Title I funds. I also received our district receives Title I funding. We also have the Education for Homeless Children and Youth Grant. We have positions that are funded through ESSER. And we also have some additional funding that the state provided through the American Rescue Plan specific to homeless education.
So you do not receive general fund money?
There's two positions, two of the RTPTs are funded through the general funding.
But the program as a program is not a line item in the general fund budget.
No, it's.
Thank
as
you.
described.
I knew you were going to say no. I've heard a lot of comments from the board about, could we do this? Do we do this? Do we do that? When it comes to the homeless program, in as much as it does also with our foster youth program, if we believe that what is currently done has value, and we believe that more could be done, then there is nothing that prevents us from putting general fund money on the table during budget discussion. And this is a program that I believe is deserving and is worth the discussion so that we can do the kind of outreach that needs to happen. As I talk to teachers, as I talk to principals, vice principals, mental health people, I can say that Tammy's tears are shared by lots of people when they talk about their interactions with the kids and families. Would we like better outcomes? Sure. But the complexities are just unbelievable what the families have to go through. Could we reach more kids and families? Without a doubt, but not in the current structure. There's only so many hours in a day. So I would say to my colleagues that if what you have heard has touched you and you believe in it, that when we have our budget discussions, that there's a place for discussion of using general fund money on the homeless program. Thanks, Tammy.
Thank you, Ms. Silvera. Excellent presentation. My colleagues have asked also some great questions. It's a very sobering conversation. The work that you and your team do is so incredibly important, helping our most vulnerable students, and it is greatly appreciated. I have just a couple of questions. I wanted to ask about language barriers. Does the intake form that you receive indicate whether or not a parent needs translation or is not comfortable speaking in English?
So the housing questionnaire, we've actually had translated into, I think, 10 languages. So a school, usually when they're sending that to us, is going to alert us to that. We've made that available so they can provide that to families in all those languages. And then we'll work with our translation services department if needed. I do have a number of languages represented on my team. So we have a number of people who speak Spanish, Farsi, Punjabi. And so I work hard to make sure that our team is diverse and representative of the families that we support. But our translation department is also really helpful.
Good to hear. Thank you. I also wanted to ask about another thing that we are not yet doing. One of our neighboring districts has a mobile resource center. And I was wondering if we were to have something like that, is that something that would be of use to you in serving this population?
I think whenever we can bring the resources to families where they are, we are being a resource to them. And if we could be mobile in that capacity, I don't really want to volunteer to drive the bus, but that would be something I think that would be amazingly helpful. And I do know a number of districts who have those mobile programs. And then they partner with community folks who come with them out to those mobile events. So the family's getting that one-stop opportunity to receive multiple resources.
Okay, good to know. Those were all of my questions. So yes, go ahead. Oliver has one more.
So you mentioned well, I guess this goes for like most of the general like support programs you have. I was just wondering how I guess you communicate most of these with the homeless population, because I feel like it would be hard to communicate with them since a lot of them don't have like access to the same kind of technology that everyone else has. So I was just wondering how I guess you get word out about the support programs.
Well, we've been working on that. So those posters up in the front offices is really helpful. Our school counselors, our front office staff, knowing who we are and how to help a family connect with us is part of how they find out. We also, for those families who do have internet access, our information is online. And then we're working to improve those strategies. We're using talking points with our families to communicate. And we're also involved in the community events that our schools host so that we have a table there at those events and they can come and find out a little bit more about our program, as well as other broader community events. So we're continuing to grow that effort. The other piece I think that's most helpful is when we have those collaborations with our community partners, like the Housing Navigator in the city of Elk Grove. She knows us, we know her, and we work together often. So when the family's accessing resources elsewhere, they know to connect them back to the school district.
Awesome. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Go ahead. Use your mic.
I've been on the board 2.5 years.
Uh-huh.
And I'm trying to think hard, remembering the last time you presented to us. So do you do this annually?
Well, I've been in this program overseeing homeless education for 2 years.
Yeah.
Previous, I was in a different role. So I have presented to the board, but this is my first opportunity to present to you in the last 2 years.
Okay. Is this something that you plan going forward to present it to us annually?
If invited, I'll be here.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I just don't remember we have this homelessness presentation. And Carmine was alluded to your credibility, and that was very kind, but I just don't recall. So just want to clarify that. Thank you.
Welcome. Okay, thank you.
Thank you again, Ms. Silvera, Mr. Ross, and please extend our appreciation to the rest of your team for the very important work that they do. We look forward to continuing the conversation.
All right, thank you all.
Thank you.
Our next item is board member and superintendent reports. This is for organization and committee meetings relative to the district and its operation. Mr. Fortuna, do you have anything?
No, I have no reports. Had 3 meetings canceled in the last week and a half. So no report.
Lucky you. Mr. Vargas, anything? Okay, Mr. Track.
No.
Okay, Ms. Jamerson, Ms. Albiani, Mr. Yang. Okay, well, I'll go. The CSBA Legislative Advisory Committee met on March 24th. We had a day-long, very robust discussions about legislation currently being considered. The next one is actually coming up April 14th, so before our next meeting. The Partners in Education Group, the PI group, also met, and we discussed the comparison study, which is the district trying to make sure that we are a competitive employer. So the first of a series of meetings to discuss that. Looking forward to continuing that conversation as well. Next one on the same topic is April 13th. Also on April 13th, Mr. Fortuna and I have the board architect committee meeting to talk about improvements to the Trigg Center. I mean, who knew? I thought they were never going to get to us. Don't look at the carpet here, folks. I think one of the meetings Mr. Fortuna was referring to was the board finance committee, which was also canceled and in the process of being rescheduled. So hopefully we'll get that done sometime soon. Anything, Mr. Hoffman?
I do not.
Okay, good stuff. Next item is consideration of future agenda items. Do we have anything?
I alluded earlier that I would be discussing at least one item. And for the purpose of clarification, so such that there's no misunderstanding that I have forgotten what it is that I said. I have 2 agenda items that I am very interested in. We'll be having discussions within the next 2 weeks, and depending on those discussions, they may be brought back at the 18th.
Thank you, Mr. Fortuna. Looking forward to those conversations. We have nothing else. I'm going to adjourn tonight's meeting at exactly 9 p.m. Everybody have a good night.